Dude, you can't imagine that anybody wouldn't wish to be in that room. Bet you can't worm your way to put the ticket around anger, Box. You're living on a one-way street, no matter who you thought you were. That's awesome. Nobody knows what's going to happen. That's exactly what the world needs. Nobody truly knows what's to happen. And that's exactly what needs world. I pray for y'all is an understatement. And when it's possible to hear that, I'll pray that it's forever fixed. But when it's possible to hear it, it should get heard, like the good Lord pay for it. I deny you life, then I only take that from you. You think I'm signing us up? You think I'm signing us all up for tearing all out? You think I'm signing us all up for tearing all out just so it can use you? Over the cat's pajamas? Well, there's just no bringing you back to reality. Time you recognize I build the league of its own. That's all I have to say about blacking outer space that ain't us. I know, just look at all that run you did, and you still wound right up, right here! Lastly, above the seismographical entropy is almost as hard to touch as PS, and it's laterally doomed to plow most vigorous and most honestly. Just bear one thing in mind. That ain't because you are going to tick them off! Right! Who'd have thought being good could feel so good? After about 2.5 hours. Okay. So, I'm going to... So, here's the nature of the beast. It begins with okay. Nature of the beast. So using the FBI. This is what I'm going to start off by talking about. So, what we have is the FBI essentially exists structurally to, you might say, forgive the fact that it's possible he doesn't know what you're doing, and yet it can be used. Alright. So I'm going to put structure and so what I design for the FBI, that's part of the riddle here. The riddle here is that navigationally, We got irreplicable perspective. And so, why might I need to use the FBI? So, someone might say I've used the FBI, would be even more interesting. Someone might say, I've used the FBI because irreplicable perspective. Well, there's a rate I design from a replicable perspective for structure of the FBI. There's a rate I have to collapse that memory. There's a rate somebody has a problem with the idea. There's a rate somebody needs to transmit the idea, okay? Fixation on irreplicable perspective is just, it's whatever somebody might think or do because the subject irreplicable perspective. So, for instance, all learning has a relationship. Irreplicable per exists how in the mind. Alright? So you get a lot of any's, sums, types, and legacies. So these knowns are very, very sharp. They're all very, very, very sharp known. Anywhere they're kept, anywhere they're contributed, anywhere they're a part of a greater spectrum or a greater whole, they're all very, 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 very sharp. So what anybody's familiarity to sharp variables, clearly it's all approaching a rate. There's irreplicable perspective, and they're approaching having a problem with my rationality about irreplicable perspective. Okay? Because when I say the FBI can forgive, we doesn't exactly know what we're doing before we get started. Okay? It's coming from a presumed, the cost to be engaging with the energy. I mean, there's non-visible, catalogable weights. So our little adventure to make good choices and figure ourselves out and not create chaos in the cosmos, for instance. The cost for the adventure, well, maybe the FBI has something to do with that. It isn't real clear what that relationship is. Alright? But it goes right back to very interesting, because some might say, and it's all teetering on, all learning has a relationship, obviously. Okay? So you might see in an instant, the FBI is a weight. I mean, whatever the structural survival, I'm going to put survival and possibility. You know, there's a gravity nobody has seen for X amount of time. They won't ever see it. They aren't ever going to see it, and they probably isn't ever going to know what to think about that. But there's a gravity. Irreplicable perspective about what someone might say before there's any, like, it's not like there's the FBI that's like ready to be the FBI to talk about the structure of irreplicable perspective for the way it's designed to deal with the navigation of the problem that we haven't yet outlined. Okay. But that isn't an easy pill to swallow when you talk about big gravities, big masses, and big weights. Anyway, sort of a nightmare to try and design from. But the point is, it's only a nightmare when you're designing from it or when the gravity is present at utility. But that isn't to assume it is a nightmare because the gravity has been assumed. See, us on approach, myself, and truth about navigation, there are clearly weights that feel in proportion to possibility along these structural possibilities in proportion to things like time and catalog and other sorts of things. Most of which, in those types of specificities, probably doesn't ever need to be touched. Okay? Our understanding should be somewhere along the lines of our navigation is smaller than the integrity. Our nav is smaller than integrity. Now that isn't saying that somebody has more integrity than I or we or us or this venture might have. That isn't to say that there's any amount of specific integrity in either place. But our navigation, we're assuming, has a smaller integrity than the FBI crystal clarity. Okay? So maybe at no point in time are we ever venturing to touch any number of specific variables. So I'm just going to put impossible to touch. So this is a definitive dynamic that'll also be up there with some might say it's definitive in that the possibility to be approaching structural possibility utilities right out of the gate, before there's any thought, before there's any awareness, before there's any decision, before there's any what to do, what to think, how to go about it, what would be wise. That FBI is assuming that it's impossible to touch, it's going to stay impossible to touch, and it's going to be on the lookout for anything that's trying to change impossible to touch. Okay? That's the idea. So, clearly designing that is also another nightmare. But, conceivably, some of these nightmares are maybe dissolved in senses that it's not a nightmare because depending on how shallow the steps and how balanced the perspectives and how irreplicable the perspectives might be, these types of dynamics clearly impact what this clarity remains as an integrity because of work that has to occur. There's clearly got to be work that happens in proportion to what integrity means in places that people don't always see. You know, there's definitions of integrity that become defined in proportion to survival realities that, it maybe isn't ever real clear who or what or why ever contributed to these sorts of things, and they're maybe very, 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 very sharp at no discrete proportion. At no discrete proportion to knowns. So like a number of forces that deal with any's, sums, types, and legacies, they have X amount of experience, X amount of awareness, X amount of capacity to do things. They are at no discrete proportion to the knowns of how these clarities are deemably determined in proportion to structural possibility. No discrete proportion. So, impossible to touch shall remain continuous, potentially in any circumstance of knowing in a velocity. So I'm just going to put knowing in a velocity goes to 0 integrity. From an I. Knowing at velocity goes to 0 integrity. Hashtag from an I. This I has an I above it, which is symbolic of survival. From an I. So there might be a normal pressure defined. So, for instance, structural survival possibility in proportion to design of the FBi clarity. At some discrete relationship, there's sensitivity value that has been valued and gotten valued and been in the process of getting valued, untouched, unseen, unknown, maybe by anybody. As that happens, the gravity concerns of what could it be? What could this be? What could this? Why? This? A lot of data and questions. Still no real clarity. But if we presume that my replicable perspective on such a course navigationally isn't the most unforeseen possibility in the FBi's existence, then what we might assume is the FBi will begin defining a normal pressure in proportion to from an I. For instance, there's myself and a number of potential involved with navigation or whatever we define ourselves as in this status of life, existence, reality, and question state of what are we doing? What are we thinking about? What is it? What are we concerned with? Okay? Well, that number and those specifics, they might be quantified in a normal pressure quantification, meaning somebody's status changes during that course that we're using the FBi. Somebody's mentality undergoes severe change for whatever reason. It isn't a positive or negative context. I'm simply lining out the fact that the FBi itself is likely simultaneously quantifying normal pressures about involvement in proportion to that positive of, you might consider it an affirmation. Somebody might even call it a divinity, but that's sort of placing, some might say, that's sort of placing an awareness, a linkage, it maybe brings it to blood or flesh or time or something. That isn't exactly simple in a normal pressure quantification. Okay? Anyway, something like this, these normal pressure quantifications, they could remain out of hands, out of touch, out of logic, maybe for any duration. Out of touch, out of logic, out of awareness. ... for any duration. Now that isn't to say nobody could ever direct that to change. Something needs to be touched, and it needs to be touched somehow. It isn't really clear what needs to be touched, but it's all maybe very much impossible, because it isn't real clear if it can be out of touch, and it can be out of logic, and it can be out of awareness. It isn't real clear that there's ever going to be any opportunity for them to ever not be out of those things. Okay? And then more fixation, gravity, maybe becomes seen in proportion to, some might say, and fixation on irreplicable perspective. Because clearly, when something is out of touch, out of logic, out of awareness, there's maybe fixation on, what is that?
What does that mean? It's clearly impacting variables that we're dealing with because it's so absent. It's so out of stretch. It's not. It could be impacting, but it isn't. Why isn't it a factor? Why can't I see it? Why can't I feel it? Why isn't it part of it? Who knows what anything might ever think? Okay. Anyway, knowing at the velocity goes to zero integrity from an eye, potentially. Doesn't mean that anything that knows exists at zero integrity, measurably or quantifiably, from the FBI. It just means knowing at a velocity is going to zero integrity from an eye in proportion to normal pressure definitions. These things maybe happen without a thumb, without a sight, without a choice, without an idea, after or before any number of things that might ever happen in time. So, clearly the FBI is very potentially critical, you might say an appendage of survival. So I'll put that too. I'll put appendage of survival. Appendage of survival directly. Directly suggestive. Appendage of survival directly suggestive. Basically, I mean, maybe somebody might infer what that ever means, but to me it means survival is going to have an appendage, and that appendage is going to be referenced sometimes as the FBI. And that appendage is directly proportionate to survival relationships at any point in time without any clarity as to who, what, where, when, why, how that is ever happening. But what is clear is that it isn't not a survival appendage. It isn't something else. It is an appendage of survival directly. But because it's directly an appendage of survival, I included suggestive, because it's probably infinitely suggestive of what that means, when it probably isn't ever clear what that means to anybody. And that's maybe just fine. It really probably all depends on what normal is in proportion to quantification state. The FBI clearly isn't a database. Clearly isn't a database. Clearly isn't a database. And it isn't clear that it can be fallen upon. Anyway, you might assume that nearly any awareness of not base and can't be fallen aren't this. Why? Well, because of definition. Well, because of definition. For instance, there's a definition, and in the clarities of the FBI, that definition isn't clearly understood by anything, but it is known for survival or vitality or something that's critical or necessary. So I'm just going to put survival, critical, vital, or necessary. So here's an I that it isn't real clear exists in the FBI clarity as an FBI I. For instance, as I sit here and think about this, in the relationship of these moments and concerns, maybe it's clear the FBI definably, it's possible that survival, critical, vital, and necessary are all relative terms to functioning realities that ever happen in proportion to the FBI. But what isn't clear is that simply because I mentioned survival, critical, vital, and necessary, it isn't clear that there is anybody that needs to do anything to approach survival, critical, vital, or necessary in any definition or in any work product. I'm just going to put zero necessity to approach terms assumed definitive / workable. Because maybe an appendage of the FBI, or maybe an arm of the work relationships of the FBI. Maybe somebody might say, well, there needs to be a way to approach this, anything about what I'm saying, because they're like part of the FBI, or it's part of the FBI, or it's the FBI that is the FBI. There's zero necessity to approach terms assumed definitive at workable. That's the quote. It isn't real clear that anybody has that I at the FBI. See, as the FBI defines normal pressure, maybe it hasn't become clear that there's anything that needs to be worked on as somebody is considering why they might need to use the FBI. Okay? In defining normal pressure, it's possible the I that knows there really isn't any necessity to approach terms assumed in survival, critical, vital, or necessary. It isn't real clear there's ever anybody that has that I. So there's possibility, there's if types of things, and there's clearly a lot of things that are untouchable in proportion to that, because that's quite a nightmarish definition. But it's also very static. So who or what wills change of static status. Change of static status clearly is work to move work. Work to move work. So there's an amount of work that's happening at the FBI right now in proportion to this conversation. Maybe the amount is literally zero. Okay? Where the FBI deals with normal pressures from an I, there's maybe zero work happening. But at some point in time, who or what wills change of static status, work to move work. Okay? That's where I'm going to leave this portion of the conversation. So here is, I know you might find it a bit meaty to just feel like nothing has happened to continue this conversation, but yeah, that's essentially what I'm saying. So the nature of the beast here, as I've outlined, in using the FBI, you consider structure and survival and possibility, maybe navigation and irreplicable perspective at any point in time for any reason whatsoever. I'm going to keep design and wield and definite types of suggestion out of this explanation, but the nature of the beast, structure, survival, possibility, navigationally, replicable perspective, and then sort of these things about what might happen whenever there's a concentration of concern in proportion to something that's specifically sensitive at any point in time, and then work to move work. So at any point in time in history of survival, the FBI exists, and it's clearly doing something. Who knows what it's really doing, but it's clear the work to move work that the FBI does is a variable state of knowns within FBI function. Clearly, the FBI itself clearly monitors when work to move work occurs. How it does this, it isn't real clear. Why or when or if isn't real clear, but it clearly knows. I'll add that too. It clearly knows when change to any status above occurs. So I'll just write there's another rate. Rate loose concept becomes suggestive measurably. So like, hi, we haven't ever met before, but I heard or saw or measured your existence was suggesting something about concepts, these concepts, loosely, rigidly, strengthfully, suggestively, however. Or like, I've measured you before. I've seen you work with concept. I've seen the ways you've suggested, and I've monitored it. Maybe I've looked at it, maybe it's out of touch, out of logic, out of awareness for any duration. Maybe it isn't real clear how any measure that occurs in proportion to loose concept by the FBI translates into different appendages of information relationship. For instance, it's possible that measures from the FBI are moved, translated, encoded, specified for particular relationships, and then like restored, retranslated, re-put, and still remain out of touch, out of logic, out of awareness. For instance, a sociography might make determinations in proportion to a data set that has been collected by the FBI, but they can't see the data, the math, the way it's organized or what it, how it, any type of anything. But over time, it's possible that there's a sociography that has a relationship to the data. It isn't real clear what data I'm talking about. It could be, in theory, it could be any data that the FBI ever collects, but that clearly isn't happening in proportion to all things in time that are labeled survival, for sociography. But it is, so the school curriculum changes in proportion to some country in the world, and some of the data that the FBI collects might be useful for people to, make modern decisions about like what types of trends or informations or what types of realities might be, like whatever the thinking is clearly disconnected from the touch, the logic, the awareness in any number of directions. Because just because somebody can have an opinion about a piece of data doesn't mean they ever need to be valued as making a case or an opinion for how the FBI works on anything, or how any number of things that are designed for it or with it work, function, or operate, or what have you. Work. So that's sort of the idea. There's a rate, that loose concept. See, because maybe the FBI itself, as an appendage of survival, maybe it's possible the FBI itself would attempt to value how efficient or strong or reasonable or useful or aware or computational it is. But forever, it isn't real clear that any of those opinions are necessary, where work remains static in proportion to a replicable perspective, in proportion to the flow of time of any navigation. Because if it's all about survival, where the work is zero, survival is weighed. There's clearly a lot of ways to define that, and a lot of ways to not ever see it. Clearly a lot of ways that maybe become whatever they become. But as they become whatever they become, there's a rate that loose concept becomes suggestive measurably. For instance, one survival plane is existing and another survival plane is existing. If they're both really, really different, and they're both computing and mathing and working and living and thinking completely differently, in theory, the FBI measures them both the same in proportion to the rate that loose concept about the FBI becomes suggestive measurably. So, over enough time, the way that is different is maybe measured in proportion to minutia, or incompatible probabilities. So they're doing their thing, and on the other side they're doing their thing. It isn't real clear that there's any stake by the FBI to impact it. Ever, probably. But where survival is a thing, and work to move work is a thing, there may be variable measures in proportion to suggestibility about function that has to do with FBI function. So anyway, for instance, it isn't real clear. The FBI probably knows this very, very truly, without any work, without anything being used. Simply because I'm here thinking about this The FBI probably knows this very, very, very truly. The work being zero, occurring in proportion to these concerns about the nature of the beast, of structure, survival, possibility, and design of the FBI. It isn't real clear that anybody ever is that statically. So there's a rate, the concept, there's a place or a time or a concern or concentration where the focus is these lines of thought. The FBI has to know it without any work, because it is forever comparing the rate loose concept becomes suggestive measurably. Basically, probably to the tune of nobody steps in the light of these concerns and makes an argument about what to do and is seen as normal from an eye. It's not the same concept as something that ever just relates to the FBI in any stretch of time or work and directs decisively ongoing relationships of information utility. These are different relationships. Anyway, the FBI has to know that. And maybe has to know it without any work. And maybe has to know it without any eyes. FBI has to know without any eyes. FBI has to know without any eyes. Without an eye. So it's a powerful idea, but that's sort of the point by which rate loose concept becomes suggestive measurably. So somebody's going to fixate on the fact that the FBI has to know something without an eye. What could that, any question, any intuition, any fixation, any interest. It isn't clear anything needs to happen, is the point. If the FBI knows it's looking at awareness, and there's a rate loose concept becomes suggestive measurably, the FBI is maybe just as likely to know if nothing needs to happen, simply because the FBI has to know without an eye. Look, the FBI has to know something without an eye, okay? But if somebody agrees, all right, they have to know something without an eye, period. I doesn't have anything further to contribute to that. Both the FBI and that individual aren't maybe any more likely to cause a problem to that idea. But, for instance, somebody might wait a very long time studying the FBI to try and prove the FBI has to know without an eye is a real survival passivity. Anytime the FBI has to know without an eye, there really isn't an eye there. The data is probably out of touch, out of logic, out of awareness for any duration, and it's all in proportion to design, structure, survival, and possibility. There maybe isn't anybody that is ever going to change it, and maybe isn't anybody that's ever going to step in and argue it to be occurring differently than that possibility. It doesn't matter how long anybody's been with the FBI. It doesn't matter how long anybody has seen or studied the FBI. It's never going to change. But it doesn't mean appreciation of the possibility isn't ever measured by the FBI. It doesn't mean that appreciation of not anything needing to happen isn't something that might ever be considered by the FBI. But it isn't real clear that anybody ever shares that similarly. It isn't ever clear that anybody ever has that. Period. Period, period, period. Period. It isn't clear anybody ever has that. But it is clear, you don't hear that too often. Okay? Okay. Alright. So that's it for the FBI. For now. But in summary, real quick, so here's some points. Here's some writing and some ideas and some perspective about possibility. So I'm just gonna write. Here's perspective on possibility. All right. So, for instance, maybe every time something is turned on and discrete possibilities are a factor, it's maybe possible there's a measure of how those discrete possibilities are functioning, not in proportion to all the things they're connected to, or an environment, or a situation, or a place, or a design, or an engineering, or a utility, but in proportion to what the FBI does when there's perspective on possibility. Anytime. Because if the FBI manages perspective on possibility, storage, out of touch, out of logic, out of awareness, maybe it isn't real clear that there's ever a utility to pull on any amount of that storage at any time. In fact, you might need an entire planet functioning on that storage, just on the storage, just to go through it and look at it. Probably can't imagine an entire planet functioning just looking at perspective on possibility data, but none of them are carrying it anywhere. They're just looking at it. They're not running off with it and saying, oh, now we have an answer and we're going to apply it to something. We're going to inject a dynamic. We're going to build something no. You probably can't imagine an entire world just looking at perspective on possibility stored by FBI processes. It's a pretty wild idea. I don't mean it as a euphemism like, now turn around and look at your world. I mean literally, there's a planet somewhere, maybe it doesn't exist, but you probably can't even imagine it. An entire planet just looking at perspective on possibility. no action taken via the lookers. Alright? So, one reason why that might ever be sort of design, there might be some place that only looks at perspective of possibility, maybe it would be an entire planet, but clearly, if you were going to study the FBI in proportion to survival, and try and prove weaknesses about the survival ethic or something in proportion to work, it might be wise to have some sort of backup relationship that we've looked at the FBI possibilities on perspective ourselves and just looked at it. That's all we did. Everybody that was thinking and doing all the work for changing and investing in survival, well, anytime there was a perspective on possibility, like a serious one, an invested one, a capable one, they were doing things. It wasn't just like the word possibility and the word perspective and then like just some crayons and they just kept writing it. They were doing something. No, we didn't do any of that. But all that data from each of those incidences went somewhere. And it got pumped into a planet that somehow manifested in some way. Probably wouldn't be logical, probably wouldn't be within anybody's touch, probably wouldn't be within anybody's awareness of how it worked. But maybe a lensing would be created by which some of these relationships could be looked at. And then that's what would happen. The relationships would be looked at and then maybe referenced backwards in proportion to attacks on survival utility, attacks on work utility, and attacks on the realities of where these things ever become created in proportion to logic, for instance. But no action taken. Nothing was carried to administer a change. But it doesn't mean that potentiate energy, pressure. Okay? So, here's the thing. It isn't clear what that is to normal pressure. So you might realize, I could have a potentiate energy bank that's pressurized in proportion to any stimulus ever, right? It isn't clear that bank, it isn't clear what that bank is going to be for to a normal pressure. Okay? Normal pressure is defined in proportion to a navigation, for instance. It isn't clear that a bank of potentiate energy serves any function at any point in time. It isn't clear. It isn't clear that anybody needs to depend on it for any reason. It isn't clear that anybody needs to try and create circumstances by which it is depended on. None of it's clear. Just because something exists doesn't mean it's necessary. Because clearly, in this discussion, well, it isn't real clear that any amount of necessity has been determined. What is clear is I've designed the FBI before. I've designed it in proportion to pressures. I've designed it in proportion to utilities and survival and vitality and other things. And there's clearly a lot of knowns that exist in proportion to that, all from irreplicable perspectives. Point is, if there are things that are necessary about these concerns, they may be seen by the FBI without an eye. They may be known by the FBI without an eye. And they may be known without any work happening. Literally. Any number of forces might not ever need to lift a finger for the FBI to know that, and for things to happen inside the FBI because of those knowns. But it isn't real clear if there's a normal pressure being defined, any potentiate energy that has ever been accumulated or worked on or utilized for any reason in the past, isn't real clear what that is to a normal pressure. Okay, so here is a definitive place. When I said, I could navigate someday and I could bring us to the point where we wonder, should we use the FBI? It isn't real clear what I'm even talking about yet. This is just the nature of the beast. I could bring us to the point where I'd say, should we use the FBI? And there's maybe a lot of static. All right? And I consider survival, and I consider time, and I consider everybody. The FBI I've designed probably definitely needs to know whatever potentiate energy exists, it isn't clear what that is to normal pressure as it's becoming defined. Most especially what it is in proportion to, it doesn't have to be the FBI bank. I'm going to see it the same way. Whether it's a potentiate bank or it's somebody else's bank of problems for any group of anybody in space, where the work remains zero and the normal pressure continues to be defined, the least amount of variable change is going to occur to the planet when it is known it isn't clear what that is to normal pressure. Once again, doesn't matter how long anybody's been there, doesn't matter what anybody knows, doesn't matter what anybody wants, needs to do, or what background they have. The FBI itself should know it isn't clear what that is to normal perspective, and it should know it in proportion to survival and design respects. These things aren't clear that they're ever going to be touched. See, these moments, if they're ever measured, and they're measured by the FBI, which you might believe they should be, if they're ever measured and known by the FBI, even these very moments, as critical as that determination is, the FBI is going to know survival, the worldscape, and potentiate energy banking from a normal pressure, it isn't clear that those things need to be anything. It isn't real clear that even those criticalities are touchable now, or in any direct reflection of how the FBI knows that. You might imagine there's a positive terminal and there's a negative terminal on a car battery. There's a wire connecting the positive to the negative. That wire holds a charge. It isn't possible for anybody to ever see that charge, not even with a microscope, unless blank. Well, whatever the exception is to see that charge, it wouldn't be at this pressure, and it wouldn't be under these conditions, and it wouldn't be under these potentials of possibility. To define that impossibility, a lot of things would have to not be doing work and not happening and not at critical respects and not at any inflammation potentiate. proportion of time. Basically ever. In this way, not only could I know or prove, but anything that I've ever designed to know or prove something about that fact, including the FBI. So I'll put my designs to know and prove, and the FBI. Each depend on the impossibility to prove static necessity change. For instance, if there isn't any work happening and things become defined and measured inside the FBI, it isn't clear that there's anybody with any opinion or any direction or any attitude or any necessity or any argument or any information that is ever coming to light to change the simple fact that if it's impossible to see the wire, the charge inside that wire, it is impossible to see it under these conditions. My designs to know and prove, and the FBI itself, maybe each know a lot of truth about the pressure beside the functioning of that charge. And it maybe isn't even possible for anybody to see even that. And you get more knows improves, knows improves, knows improves, knows improves, knows improves, till eventually you get either a translation or an input or an output that occurs in proportion to either a medium or some other frame of relationship, whereby these relationships aren't changeable in the conditions, but there's something that can become known, or there's something that can become relevant, or there's something that is becoming known or is becoming relevant. At any rate, anywhere there's a definition of FBI functioning in proportion to normal pressures from an eye, all of those definitions essentially are occurring in proportion to certainties of inability to see that charge. Which means the inability to see that charge was a given in proportion to designs that were given. The designs that know and prove, and the designs of the impossible to see the charge, they were maybe created in similar circumstances to one another in proportion to definitions of survival utility definitions. Between those statements maybe exists nothing. They're just statements about truth of why these relationships are conceivably dependable in proportion to a lot of stimuli, data, time, and energy. That's the idea. But when I mentioned using the FBI, these concepts around potentiate energy, it isn't clear, my designs to know and prove, these aren't the subject of bringing that up. I wouldn't navigate us to conclude a rationality to, quote, use the FBI for something, and these are the subjects. These subjects are, maybe they're considered a work subject, maybe they're considered a necessary subject, maybe they're considered next to impossible design subject in proportion to near to impossible to period the design. For instance, a vitality of the FBI exists at no clear safety to a normal definition. That's maybe a way I like to see that. A vitality of the FBI exists at no clear safety to a normal definition. That is, at any point in time, the FBI defining a normal pressure isn't to serve the vitality of the FBI. If the FBI has a vitality, conceivably, whatever that means, whatever might be useful or needed or necessary, it isn't competing for normal pressure safety. There's no competition. Okay? What that means is, if the FBI has a vitality, there's a vitality of the FBI. Well, it isn't clear any value of the vitality is more valuable than the static impossibilities. So, the FBI itself might know anybody doing any work on the subject of vitality of the FBI. There maybe isn't any value of the vitality that is more important than the static impossibilities. So what might become clear is, as consideration what might become clear, pretend that what I'm writing and saying here is basically forever out of touch, out of logic, out of awareness for any duration of time. Verbatim, they're literally things that are maybe only seen and heard and pressurized in proportion to structural, survival, possibility, and irreplicable perspective relationships. Nobody's going to be walking here. What might become clear so I would never advise somebody to use these ideas transiently. So I'm going to put no transients. That's a hard period. As consideration of navigation occurs, it almost always shouldn't be directly approaching here. For instance, in the history of all FBI measure, what might become clear, as seen by the FBI, consideration of navigation occurs. Well, it almost always shouldn't be directly approaching here to navigate. Almost always. So, anybody considers navigating anything in proportion to all time, anytime, anywhere. It almost always shouldn't be directly approaching here to navigate. And that might be becoming clear to the FBI if it hasn't already become clear. But I isn't saying this for like transient education or transient doctrine of passage, or like somebody to be mindfully, consistently aware of that fact at any point in time. It's a hard thing to ever have a period about, because the FBI is essentially going to count on the FBI to know it. Something like that. Anyway, such a known, such an assumption, such a presuming, such an awareness, such a strong variable quality, well, maybe the FBI might feel that, or be defined or designed to know it as, well, what might become clear, maybe that's a vitality of the FBI. But what might become clear, it isn't clear that what might become clear is a safety to a normal pressure. And yet, that fact isn't going to rewind itself to convince the FBI a normal pressure is changing what the FBI needs to know vitally about what might become clear. All right. So here is where I will end the first part of this discussion. Now, I didn't say it isn't possible for anybody to ever hear me say what might become clear. I didn't say it isn't possible for them to ever know it in their mind. But I was never going to advise anybody to ever try and talk to the FBI about what might become clear in proportion to defining consideration of navigation in proportion to navigating here. I was never going to advise that. There's clearly a difference when somebody is hearing me say these things and they're surviving, and when somebody is surviving that knows what I've said, but I isn't there. There's clearly a difference between those things. What that difference is, well, it's going to go right underneath this foot, and it's going to go the beginnings of war on static history about a replicable perspective. For instance, everything I ever knew to design the FBI, structure, survival, possibility in proportion to these frames of normal pressure possibility. So the FBI exists, normal pressure is becoming determined from an eye. It's happening in proportion to time, the world, and our status of survival. Everybody. Everything I ever knew about that from irreplicable perspective? Well, there's a rate known such as what might become clear might ever impact the survival trajectory in proportion to the stabilities of these frames in proportion to any other survival state that has ever been or might ever be. It isn't clear that the FBI is knowledgeably or willingly participant with data that the FBI carries in trajectory formation alteration. I'll put it another way here in a second. It isn't clear that the FBI is aware or willingly participant in utilizing data the FBI stores for Terra trajectory alteration. I'm just going to put quote probably because maybe I'd put likely, but I'm quoting it probably. Probably because their data isn't needed. You know, a survival plane, in proportion to designs that support a survival plane, I mean, maybe there's any number of ways that development and build and design could go in proportion to survival, but there's also a lot of ways it isn't going to go. There's also a lot of ways it might not ever go in proportion to an environment or a landscape or a location. Anyway, it isn't real clear who's ever weighted the variables of the survival of the FBI in proportion to weighting the variables of navigating the possibilities, in proportion to preserving the periods, what might become clear impossibilities and impossibilities to work on charges. Not to mention, be in reception of Terra line utility ideas or utilities of necessity or any type of change echelon that might ever be a part or a subject in time. It isn't really clear what happens to all things in proportion to these types of concerns, and it probably shouldn't be. Anyway, normal pressure maybe starts going to QX, which isn't good. It's too complicated to be a simple normal pressure. Maybe audience thresholds change. Maybe, you know, if we were considering big variables of possibility, the normal pressure assumptions clearly change. But anyway, the point I'm stressing here is that if it isn't clear that the FBI is aware or willingly participant to using data the FBI stores for Terra trajectory alteration, it's probably happening because that data isn't needed. Because, frankly, the FBI should be pretty comfortable. I mean, if I design the FBI, it isn't going to break, it isn't going to screw me over, it isn't ever going to happen. I'm going to have to find another way to tolerate perspectives on Terra alteration. So, design and distillment, framing evolutions, engineering evolutions, things like that. We have to find another way for these things to be tolerated in proportion to the survival plane relationships. Or there's a place in space that doesn't work on these logics quite the same way, but a lot of these variables of framing dependencies are clearly going to be a lot different in proportion to those sorts of things. Anyway, it'd be a lot of work for someone to be convincing enough to ever attempt to prove they could even look at integration of comparison in proportion to these things, because these are very, very, this is a very heavy conversation. And I haven't even discussed navigation or any type of function of work. This is an immaculately heavy conversation. Everything that will ever function on these knowns and function on it and preserve these basitures, well, it's all happening in proportion to the survival and costs of any other number of byproducts of survival. Workmanship, survivalship, evolution, data storage, knowing, connections, energy, electricity. There's clearly a lot that depends on these basiture ideas to be very, very, very static. Very, 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 very static. Anyway, it isn't clear what that means ever, according to anything, in proportion to what is, what isn't, why isn't, what it costs, what it doesn't cost. These things aren't ever really going to be clear and static a lot of the time. So, once again, who or what wills change of static status or work to move work? That's a big indicator relationship in proportion to time. If we're presuming changes that happen in this time period maybe aren't very healthy for a lot of things that survive, just out of the gate. I'm not saying any change or all changes anywhere at any time, but any type of focus gearing towards work near to these ideas, I mean, it isn't real clear that's going to be healthy for anybody. And that's clearly without using the FBI. And yet the FBI might know these things as good as anybody is ever going to know them. All right? And yet, it might be known without an eye. Literally. The FBI might know these things without an eye. But it isn't clear. I mean, I've gone through some concepts, and you know, these are some, like I said, by the time I mention how heavy the conversation is, I mean, maybe it's clear there's going to be some eye somewhere that has some processing connectivity to, like, thinking or awareness or, like, computational. It is just totally devoid of an eye. But it's possible the FBI could know all of this without an eye. So there's the first part. You know, any number of expeditions to think about these things hasn't changed these facts. Any number of expeditions to know these things hasn't changed these facts. Now that isn't common knowledge, clearly. That isn't common. Okay? But it's maybe less sinister than the navigate. The navigate times 2. Let's put an arrow down. I'll repeat that. Any number of expeditions to know these things hasn't changed these facts. And that's maybe less sinister of a concept, maybe naturedly or in experience, in measure, in history. In more cases than not, that idea is maybe considered less sinister than any attempt to consider navigating to the latter portion of this conversation. All right? Anyway, it's maybe more healthy for the FBI to know that, if like for instance, like let's say you could think about that, you could process what I just said. You know, you aren't going to be spending every moment of your life waiting to hear about navigation times 2 yourself inside your own head, probably, and he probably isn't going to be waiting all of your life to hear about hasn't ever changed these facts. Whatever the case, the FBI is going to look at those statements differently than you ever look at them. Definitely. But you're going to feel differently about one another as ideas or truths of one another. And the FBI is maybe going to look at you forever and say, well, you made an effort not to be sinister about these facts. And you did. But the FBI didn't exactly depend on you to keep the facts the facts. The reason why the facts stay the facts, it maybe isn't fair for anybody to say why that's true. Why is it fair for anybody to say why that's true? See, there's another vitality. Why is it fair for anybody to say that's true? See, that would never work for survival. Would never work for survival. And the FBI probably knows it. For example, why is it fair for anybody to ever say that's true? The FBI isn't going to depend on you. Isn't going to depend. Survival depends on you. For the facts. Okay? For instance, any number of survivors depend on the facts. It isn't clear the FBI depends on the fact any number of expeditions to know these things hasn't changed the facts. It isn't clear the FBI depends on that statement vitally. It isn't clear. Survival depends on it. It isn't clear how survival or why. The FBI probably knows a lot about that too. But why is it fair for anybody to say it's true that the FBI isn't going to depend on you for those facts? That's a vitality of the FBI. Because the FBI needs to know the answer, and the answer isn't going on its way to be healthy for survival. The answer is going to be kept peculiarly out of touch, out of logic, and out of awareness in any number of cases of reality of compilation of data. Because any survivor clearly needs to know things that are true, and you know the way these things are going to be working, it's just that simple. Why is it fair for anybody to say that's true? Well, if it were the FBI's decision in all the courses of time of data, nobody would be saying anything that's true. Nobody would be allowed to say anything that's true. Nobody would be able to talk about anything that's true. It would just be a big complication for the vitality of depending on you for the facts. Okay? It isn't real clear that the FBI would be rendering a decision to stop the snowball of itself from exterminating survival on that logic basis. Because it isn't clear the FBI processes with work in proportion to all the data that is ever tolerated in a cycle of defined absorption for FBI purposes. They're all very, very, very intricate relationships of why and how and because, this and that, and time. All very, very intricate. This is superiorly heavy discussion. Superiorly heavy. Any number of expeditions to know these things hasn't changed these facts. An eye maybe doesn't need to be present in proportion to an unbelievable amount of data about that, as a normal pressure is defined in proportion to an unbelievable amount of data. But the byproduct in the FBI, why is it fair for anybody to say the FBI isn't going to depend on you for the facts? Why is it fair for anybody to say that's true? Is a vitality. It isn't clear why. Maybe it's never going to be clear why, but it is a vitality. The fact is, that vitality wouldn't ever work for survival. Man. So, clearly, the conversation, the apathy was about, maybe the hasn't changed these facts, is maybe less sinister than the subject of navigation, okay? But interest, still a forever problem. Still a forever problem. Well, it's a problem for the survivors, period. It isn't clear that it's a problem for me. It isn't clear that it's a problem for the FBI. It isn't clear that it's becoming a problem for anybody. Interest in arguments about these things, any interest, it's still a forever problem for survival. All right? So, what next? More impossibility limits is what's next, because where there's still a forever problem for survival, period, somebody's going to try and whack the hammer and get the ball to go all the way up to the bell and ring the bell to start navigating inside the FBI. It's going to be a lot of impossibility. It's going to be a lot of no connection from the storage of still a forever problem to survival. Clearly, it's another vitality. Because the FBI is clearly going to be storing things about interest, still a forever problem for survival, and it's clearly going to be storing them for the longest. And it isn't real clear that holding that data ever needs to navigate anything, because if you look and listen, it isn't real clear that any amount of normal pressure has even been determined yet. It isn't an easy concept to know all these facts, as I've said and laid them out in proportion to time. They aren't giving anybody the power to claim navigational utility inside the FBI at these realities. The awareness, the simplicity, the appreciation, the speed, whatever. However you want to look at it, whatever you want to define it, it's that simple. Knowing this, at this respect, it's an infinitely heavy conversation. Because it isn't clear the FBI ever has any capacity to navigate a survival plane. I'm going to put that at the top. And it's immaculately true. And that's maybe also a less sinister. You know, I could maybe consider letting some survival people operate in proportion, like function in proportion to that fact. It is immaculately true. It isn't clear that the FBI has any capacity to navigate a survival plane. But it's another vitality that they'll never respect, no respect, right at the top. No respect right at the top because, well, if you haven't guessed it, it's irreplicable perspective. Anytime anybody ever operates from immaculately true, it isn't clear the FBI has any capacity to navigate a survival plane. It is true. It's immaculately true. But every time anybody ever functions in proportion to that known, it's placing an inquantifiable amount of pressure on the FBI. Less sinister, but it places an inquantifiable amount of pressure on the FBI. And I isn't even going to sit here and tell you that that's similar to what is happening in this discussion, because it maybe isn't. In fact, there's probably a lot of impossibility. You know, as things are known without an eye in proportion to normal pressure, this immaculately true probably isn't even seen in that same light. Because it'd be the first, like I said, no respect. But it's the tail end of this discussion. I didn't plan it that way as I was making this discussion. But I could have planned that apathy in proportion to logic like this in proportion to the FBI some time ago whenever I designed the FBI in proportion to immaculately true. So I'm just going to put finally. Finally. And I'd be happy about it. And the blind exclaim. And the blind exclaim, to not proclaim. So, anyway, uncovetable. Uncovetable. Did you hear that word? Uncovetable. Here's the idea. I survive, and the FBI is an appendage of survival. It's possible for the FBI to reach a climax of blind exclaimament to not proclaim, where it hasn't ever been possible for that to be coveted in any setting the FBI serves as an appendage of survival. Meaning, the cost of that uncovetability has been tremendous. Maybe one of the highest costs of all data relationships in the FBI. If God had a wife, he probably wouldn't give it to her. And you maybe see how vital or sensitive that is if you're the FBI. I'm just going to put star vital. So clearly I've written that before, and is it clear how long it's been? It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Pen pal. No, tell me. Basically, the point here is that it's clearly been incredibly expensive to ensure that that couldn't be coveted. So, where the FBI knows blind exclaim, do not proclaim, it's got to be one of the most untouchable variable sets with the FBI. If I could think about it as the FBI, I would probably remove or reduce the size of the rest of the FBI because of how unnecessary I might ever feel them to be to such a variable set. So I clearly probably doesn't feel very much, but I probably know it as like just the most untouchable variable, one of the most untouchable variables at the FBI. So you couldn't launch anything at it and change the variable set. You couldn't induce a coma to data repositories and eliminate the awareness of blind exclaim to not proclaim it uncovetable. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. It isn't clear what would ever happen to somebody that was like ever seen or believed or proven to be trying to do that specifically. In their head they were trying to like destroy Immaculately True in proportion to clear the FBI and stuff like that. Anyway, it's clear that it has something to do with the expense that it has been as a cost to protect that variable in proportion to the FBI. But it isn't real clear what that cost has ever been, and it isn't ever probably going to be clear that it's ever been unnecessarily high. You consider who would ever design the implementation of these variables in proportion to time. Those designs might render the problem status to those variables very, very low. I think anytime I ever built a bank to protect something, it had a cost, and all those costs were in proportion to the rate things were taken or ruined about the protection statuses. And like, if I just put this variable at the top of my algorithm of safe method every single time, and I reduced problem status from it, I could do it blind, essentially. where the variable is seen and known and transferred is just in an impossibility frequency and proportion of time, there's going to be feeling there. There isn't going to be a way to covet it. That's just how it's defined, literally. And to be proven and proven and proven and proven, continuously proven, always being proven. It's probably the most likely, according to any number of things that have ever maybe valued variables, it isn't clear how many things or types of things have ever valued or known. It's probably one of the most likely variables to ever be proven without any action afterwards. Wait, it's still untouched? Yep. Moving on. Still untouched? Yep. It's just always not there. It's not there, 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 not there. Can't use the math for anything. Can't use the variable matrix for anything. Can't even see the peripheries or the outskirts of it. All you might ever know is that it's just that variable that isn't proven because it's always proven, it isn't covetable, it's always moving, and it's always defining this impossibility. And it literally is true, designably, in that light. Anyway, if God had a wife, he probably wouldn't give it to her. And then I already said what I wrote after that. It's basically just reiterating that however much time it's been since I've written that, and it's ever been written in these lights, I'm not superiorly concentrating on needing to worry however long it's been is however long it's been, period. Maybe at some point that'll be a piece of information that is relevant to some sort of investigation on some survival utility. Maybe that's possible. Maybe the amount of time will have something to do with a conclusion about things that are happening in proportion to some vital concern. But until that point, it's moving on, period. It's clearly been a long time since that's been seen by writing in a pen. In these lights. And that might not even be totally completely accurate either, because it could probably automate somebody writing it with a pen in these lights somehow, just to check the memory, just as a tandem check, just to hide the variable density of the amount of time it's been, even to the FBI. It isn't clear, but it's probably genuinely been a very long time. So I'm going to write one more thing. The length even to the FBI. The length hidden even to the FBI remind I like static work. I put remind I like static work because I can't use this to pay for language support. Really? It is non-ideal. See, something that doesn't have a brain isn't going to wage war for that point. And anything that would ever connect to the FBI that doesn't believe in that was clearly going to become obvious rather quickly in proportion to how it invests work in proportion to the FBI. Because of all the reasons that we hold on to a language, the length hidden even to the FBI, I mean, is as clever or as necessary or as safe as that tactic is, I can't use it to pay for language support. It is non-ideal. That little fact has everything to do with concept registry. Concept registry investment. So your brainstem, my brainstem, Time's brain stems, the FBI's stems, and knowing stems and normal stems, they've all been developing in proportion to that non-ideolatry. All of them. Because it is non-ideal. There's any number of things. The FBI itself isn't the dealer upon a trajectory in light of the fact of the length hidden, and it would clearly have to know it in some light. But as far as concept registry investment goes, well, it isn't clear how those are managed. Work. So I'm gonna put -32 work mastery. -32 work mastery. So between non-ideal and concept registry investment, it's maybe the most probable place for there to be a mass density of implosion in proportion to efforts to change stratagem to invest in concept registry. So the amount of work assumed to be of a mastership in proportion to any number of variable dimensions, not including and including the FBI, any number of variable dimensions. I just put -32 work mastery because the amount of work mastery presumed to be happening in proportion to those connections is clearly going to not be an ideal case also in proportion to time and navigability. So I might the back. This is going to be my first quote on the back. First quote on the back. I might depend a little deeper as the FBI that an I or conceivably a pair of them that have not only penned, drove, and survived to author -32 work mastery in direct proportion to their needs to use the FBI in direct proportion to survival navigation. First quote on the back. I might depend a little deeper as the FBI that an I, or conceivably a pair of them, that have not only penned, drove, and survived to author -32 work mastery in direct proportion to their needs to use the FBI in direct proportion to survival navigation. It isn't clear that I will likely rephrase. Since it is the first quote on the back. So you could study ink probably for 1 trillion years and not witness this. I'm absolutely sure that that belongs here too, in some frame or form or fashion. You could study ink for probably 1 trillion years and not witness this. I'm going to underline not witness this, and I'm going to underline 1 trillion years. I'm going to underline study, and I'm going to underline ably. Ably. So these are conditional variables on one of the, whatever the rarity is, of course, but once again, what might become clear? What might become clear? Alright, I just want you to think here real fast. Normal pressure. And a final resting place. So the FBI is going to assess normal pressure in proportion to these variable statuses. Right out of the gate, it's going to have next to no reason to trust anybody to be a counterpart to these variables in all time. If the FBI were equipped to weigh those variables itself, that might be what it looks like. It isn't likely the FBI is equipped to weigh those variables all by itself, but it's probably definitely a distinct part of the functioning of weighing those variables discretely. Because basically, what might become clear, well, I might drop a moon on, like, a whole lot of things in proportion to the rate these knowns are protected in proportion to time. Because I might design some final resting place tolerances in proportion to definitions of normal pressure, because the FBI is going to define normal pressure in proportion to, you could study ink for probably 1 trillion years and not witness this. Well, the amount of investment that doesn't need taken to war is computed. Doesn't need taken to war? Computed. So I can't artificiate this. I can't ever tolerate it to be artificiated because it's such a rare variable and it's probably kept in so many perfect places. But here's the deal. Somebody would clearly try to have me make some new definitions about these normal pressure definitions, and why wouldn't I be able to, because here I am defining design of one of the most rare variables of the FBI. Probably isn't going to be a whole lot of argument that ever occurs for the face of survival, because most of the languages are going to be different, and it isn't going to be clear that the logic frames are ever going to value the first quote on the back. So the idea here is that I wouldn't be alone to know this, and somebody else would know it in some definition of knowing. I mean, maybe that doesn't think quite the same, but it's in their mind. It's clear that a blind eye would know these things, and it's definitely clear these things would be processed by the FBI, but it isn't clear that they'd be rendering all the weights about these variables. This is a heavy, very heavy rarity. Anyway, direct needs to take into war are computed in proportion to a variable like that. So anybody's tried engineering FBI influence in proportion to war status, survival status, time status. It isn't clear that those influences have ever been considering the weight of this actual, because the weight of this actual comes from the FBI might depend a little deeper on somebody in proportion to survival navigation as a logic. It isn't clear that there's a straightforward or even a logical way to ever do that. And yet the facts here are pretty clear in proportion to fact laying. I'm not saying it's better or more important. Maybe it is better or more important in some respects, but it's complicated. It's definitely, genuinely, incredibly complicated. Anyway, normal pressures and final resting place decision. I mean, there's clearly got to be a lot of ways to decide what to do in proportion to definition near to these lines once upon a time, and maybe perhaps influential definitions sometime in the future. But these clearly aren't. They're not non-ideal situations. I mean, somebody might say this is completely ideal or like tenaciously ideal, but it's well, it's temptingly troublesome. Remember what I said, it isn't clear that the FBI ever navigates a survival plane? When you consider temptingly troublesome, what does the FBI do? Well, it's an appendage of survival, definitely. And most of the data that is dealt with at the FBI impacts navigation, impacts troublesome, and impacts temptingly. It all impacts these things. But it isn't clear that the FBI decides temptingly troublesome for navigation. Definitely a paradox and a great irony. At any rate, the way the FBI feels about temptingly troublesome blindly, you'll never know. You'll literally never know. It's probably got more feelers, more appendages, more freaking arms, more freaking things, more shadows, more storage, more sendings, who knows how much technology. And it isn't clear that any of it creates final decisions. You are never going to know how that works on the blind side. And that's just it. And then the reasons why anybody would have any relationship to those facts is, once again, it's redundantly, temptingly troublesome. So I'm just going to put all relations for survival. I'm going to say they remain survival, but also remain that. So here's the point. It isn't real clear any amount of knowledge about these statements is ever going to change anything about any relationship of any of these statements. I'm going to write that here too. It isn't clear that any relationship to these statements is ever going to change how anything works despite these statements. Say it again. It isn't clear that any relationship to these statements is ever going to change how anything works despite these statements. And, you know, anywhere that's ever been partly appreciated or like even thoroughly appreciated to some extent, you know, you'd hear that and you'd say, okay, that's safe. That'll, you know, we aren't going to raise expectations. Okay, cool, but it's completely true. It isn't clear that any relationship, so that's the point. So not only is it like period, static, but it's also, I mean, temptingly troublesome. I mean, who knows how many relationships relate to these facts indirectly. Any minutiae fact of their life, any minutiae fact of their current or concurrent courses in history. Nowhere near knowing to see it at any point in time. Not knowing how to expect in it, not knowing how to want it, not knowing how to brace for it, care about it, pay for it, work on it, try and change things, try and influence things. None of them. And it's still the same old fact. It isn't clear that any relationship to these statements is ever going to change how anything works despite these statements. I'm going to put the intrigue extinguisher backfire. Corporation. The Intrigue Extinguisher Backfire Corporation. I didn't say it makes any safety sense, but it's sort of fitting. But it's probably too fitting. Probably too fitting. Alright. So here, I'll just start with OK again. OK. Because I already wrote 2 fitting, I'll just put 6 bushing. Maybe the FBI guessed I would write that instead of 2, but I wrote 6 bushing. So I had OK 1, and then incredibly heavy discussion, and then OK 6 bushing. Here's the point. A survivor on a survival plane isn't ever going to design these moments aren't perfectly situational vitalities. Not ever. A survivor on a survival plane isn't ever going to design these moments aren't perfectly situational vitalities. Not ever. Why? I'll say why. Because the FBI needs to see it. Otherwise, it's worthless. Why? Because a normal pressure survival appendage ought value these moments near to the highest, if not, of course, is if not the highest, ought value these moments near to the highest, if not, of course, near to the highest relative to determination of FBI utilization. Period. Static. Period. So, point here is I designed the FBI structurally, survivally, and in possibility. If the FBI is ever going to be let to determine the FBI, independent of any other number of things, as a survival appendage, the FBI is going to make a determination about who might utilize the FBI. Well, here are its highest definitions. The point is, a survivor on a survival plane isn't ever going to design these moments, aren't perfectly situational vitalities, not ever. Why? Well, I explained why, but here's the point. If I didn't ever utilize the FBI after this moment, it doesn't change the fact. I may still be the most highly valued potential utilizer of the FBI. It literally makes no difference. And there's clearly all sorts of ways of defining consistency of mental approaches, and like the status, concurrent status of like acuity and capacity to think or engage or know things. Clearly all sorts of ways of defining that, and it's definitely probably I'm just going to write these vitalities have some unclear relationship to biochemistry, healthcare. Period. That's it. As in, that's all I'm writing. These vitalities have some unclear relationship to biochemistry, healthcare. Period. So eventually, after I designed the FBI, I had to figure out a way. Well, I said, okay, well, here's how it probably went. The FBI is just going to exist in these perfect survival definitions. Meanwhile, our healthcare probably sucked balls. But the FBI was so good at, collecting data and not screwing over survival that eventually I was no longer in the picture, but nobody else could ever see these things. And, clearly the language took off from there and was clearly paid for non-ideally. And then over enough time, everybody, didn't need to know or learn anymore, and it was just that simple to, ever talk about, and, who knows how it inflated with these artificial writings all the time. But basically, the FBI is going to be instrumental in determining where there are problems psychologically. And those problems, they aren't defined on this paper. They aren't defined in these moments. These vitalities have some unclear relationship to biochemistry. And yet, right here, the FBI itself, it just isn't possible for them to place a higher value on what could utilize the FBI in proportion to survival navigation. So it isn't clear what relationship psychiatry, technology, time, and investment isn't clear, tolerances and temptingly troublesome variables. It isn't clear what utilization at these altitudes of respect of static period. It isn't clear what these realities necessitate. It's another point. As most high as something is, it isn't always clear cut how direct variable weights should be formed. Comparted, necessitated. And sparing no expenses. So basically what it boils down to is this. There are clearly reasons that exist. Here is where intrigue is going to get shot in the head. Tolerances clearly exist in proportion to a lot of these facts. And I've definitely contemplated them at some point in time and forever, and I probably wasn't the only person to ever contemplate them, but it's sort of a funny time, and it's sort of a less than common time, certainly. But here's the point. We'd be surviving and performing, living and proving, you know, how much we doesn't need to die. We'd be proving how much we doesn't need to die. Okay? Period. As such, we usually wouldn't be this high. Thus, we'd get a spreadsheet of imaginary variables. The spreadsheet would basically tell us this. The tactical superiority necessary is achievable within which bracket? By what necessity? Moreover than time. Basically, all technical jobs have a cost. To overperform, I was going to put period, but not overperform period, to overperform. All technical jobs have a cost to overperform, and some of them have to overperform time bounds, some of them have to overperform logic bounds, some of them have to overperform situation bounds, but they have to be real. They have to be real situations. These things are clearly all defined in proportion to these rarities in time, but Um, Basically, for the technical jobs to have superiority, to overperform tolerance neglect, well, there'd be a cost that clearly the FBI might be in the loop about in proportion to technology and performance and the cost of these things. It would happen in proportion to a bank of capability where it isn't real clear who's weighted final decisions about it, but there'd be performance history spreadsheets, maybe in piecemeal, in proportion to things like, have the chosen technologies been on the higher end of the spectrum of capacity, or have we not reached too far in our capacities? Like, we could build this way, but we haven't. We isn't going to yet, and we're not really in a rush to do it. We could, but it isn't because the FBI is stopping us. It isn't because somebody else is stopping us. Now, maybe in some cases, something would be stopping us from reaching deeper into the bag of tricks, if you will. But essentially, that's what we'd get. These vitalities have some unclear relationship to biochemistry, healthcare. Period. As most high as something is, it isn't always clear-cut how direct variable weights should be formed, compared, comparted, necessitated, and sparing no expenses. So, like, we'd be looking at the status of navigation in proportion to survival capability. What were the decisions of toleration somehow? As in, something was curbed to not have something. Something was curbed. Maybe we couldn't control if it was had or not, but we could maybe definitely see if something was stopping something particular from being had. Like, we could afford 100, but only 50 were paid for. We could afford a little bit better, but instead we dealt with the same, but there was a good reason. There was a really good reason. Or there was a FBI reason. Or there was a sociography reason. Or there was a terror reason. We could look at these things. Anyway, it becomes incredibly difficult either to talk or theorize or even antiquate trying to look at that from the highest. Definitely from the highest. And clearly, if no work in static is an ideal, and I'm going to get to that myself. Literally, I'm going to get to why that's true here in a second. I say it clearly isn't easy, but like, can survival, a world, here's a question, can survival, a world, a status, or the FBI stave inflammation of impossibly protected? See, here's the point of 6 bushing. Floating. Look, I've drove worlds apart. But what I just went over is driving them back together. See, there's maybe a lot of impossibly unique perspective. All our souls, all our types, all our lives. It's maybe similarly true somewhere else. And since it's possible that and down there not. Since it's possible for a lot of gray area to be cleaned in spite of the things that I've pressurized, well, those that have any clue or any relationship to those realities, I mean, maybe they doesn't have any place in this discussion. Maybe that's just fine. Maybe at best they're a family or an audience or something. Maybe that's just fine. Maybe I can deal with that. Maybe the FBI can deal with that. Maybe another world can deal with that. Okay? But the point here is that hold on. It isn't and shouldn't. It isn't and shouldn't be easy. This is what everybody needs. It isn't and shouldn't be easy. To be obsolete. It isn't and shouldn't be easy to be obsolete. It's a quote. I didn't say there's every opinion about it. I didn't say there's every necessity about it. I said it's a quote. But for anybody to maybe have a fighting chance to live that life, that's sort of where it's at. As gray area becomes cleared, any amount of work that might become initiated or an intrigue response to time, any of these things are genuinely going to complicate the world, but when it comes to these real situations, can survival, a world, a status, or the FBI stave inflammation of impossibly protected? Well, if the world can't, well then suddenly it's another world's problem. Okay? Clearly. And that genuinely probably isn't in anybody's interest, especially obsolete from perspective of living anywhere. And frankly, I don't know who would ever want to be on the side of dual world problems. I, as a survivor, doesn't know who would want to be on the side of dual world problems. Okay? But here's so it was going to be a discussion about why use, how, like, what does it mean to use the FBI? And I haven't really completely answered that question. I haven't answered it fully, and maybe there'd be a lot of assumption about that, but again, there's going to be a discussion about why use the FBI, and then that's simply when I was going to move on after work to move work. I was going to simply talk about the fact that where I've I'll just say facilitated possibility to be intelligent, near or on the lines of picking apart things that aren't necessary. I isn't necessarily talking about people or minds, but maybe behaviors, actions, decisions, design choices, costs, things like that. You know, I get to a place like that, and I mean, we don't know how strong we're going to be in 50 years whenever 12 people have, you know, read a book. We don't know how strong we're going to be in 50 years. After 12 people read a book. Okay, that's a quote. It's kind of where we are. It's kind of where everybody is, whether they realize it or not. It's hard to know how sinister that's ever going to be. It's hard to know, you know, probably been looking at that quote as the FBI quite a long time, in one form or fashion or another. But it really is true, because it isn't clear the FBI has ever navigated the survival plane. And it isn't clear that the FBI would ever navigate it even from that quote. But what the FBI would ever know because of that quote, I mean, genuinely, might be a lot. Might be quite a lot. Might be quite a lot of lots. But if gray area is sort of a well, I'll just say is a difficult place to make possible for good that I would agree with. Alright, gray is a difficult place to make good that I would agree with. Put two big stars beside that. this is another divine type of quote, but gray is a difficult place to make good that I would ever agree with. But I like the quote from an autonomous perspective. Let's say I could look at you with a checklist and a spreadsheet and say, 99 out of 100 things you've checked off the list I don't need to worry about on my world. But you're going to be working under the eyes of the FBI. And, you might come to a place where you're discovering some gray, and you might even come up with some good that I might agree or not agree with. Maybe it isn't clear how big I should be, how important I should be, what my impact of you should ever be, or what yours should ever be on mine. I could think about this for a long time. Anyway, I'll probably decide to live on my world while you're deciding to live on your world at the end of the day. So whatever answers we come up with about agreeing with ourselves clearly have to be, really good answers. But it's also very impossibly difficult to ever design value of these answers in proportion to the heights of these periods. Alright. So any number of forces that work or design or build or care or invest or live or have time or doesn't have time or are more important or less important, that isn't a simple variable set for them to absorb. That isn't a simple variable set for God to force them to absorb. It isn't a simple variable set for society to ask or need or force them to absorb. It isn't a simple variable set. So those are some interesting points about possibility. You consider flow of presumed absorption. What place does the FBI store about traffic of stimuli, planet to planet? But clearly nobody knows these things. Clearly nobody knows these things. And even if you could try to know it, you're probably going to wind up reaching the conclusion that it might be much simpler to operate from tolerable gray area maneuvering philosophy. Tolerable gray area maneuvering philosophy, which maybe brings you up to time, so on and so forth, that if we're along similar time expenditures whereby our work and our efforts and our differences and why we're not obsolete, if these things are symbiotic by some definition, clearly these definitions aren't happening in direct proportion to these definitions. They're happening somewhere else. But they're happening in a relationship to these definitions. Period. Static. Period. Work. Static. Period. Isn't clear there's any amount of work that happens inside the FBI at these conclusions or ideas, because the whole point is to navigate. There's not only all the factors and facts that things are living, things are continuing, things are knowing what they know, things are respecting what they aren't respecting, things that have happened before that'll be considered and compared, all these time costs for things. I can't say how long it takes to look at a situation and, as an appendage, this is ironic too. I can't look at this situation and turn around as an appendage and say how long before we've compared good reality. To yield dependable supports. The second I try and turn around and say we're going to yield dependable supports, I'm prejudiced to something. Prejudice. Because everyone's life is worth something. You know, I think it's probably a very difficult thing to imagine any mind wants to turn around and say they've handled that problem for everybody. They've already solved it. Any type of mind. I doubt any type of mind can turn around and say they solved it. Because it's hard. If you seriously look at this from a godly perspective, I can't look at this situation and turn around as an appendage and say how long before we've compared good reality to yield dependable supports. Everybody's life is worth something. I'm going to be prejudiced. That's what's going to end up being spun around. Even if there's a way for me to devise method to account for everybody, I'm going to be seen and labeled and figured as prejudice, because it isn't as simple. It's a hard thing. You get metabolism, life expectancy, you basically reach the fewer good answers by God, the more time with answers available. The fewer good answers by God, the more time with answers available. Answers available Well, they aren't utilizing gray area. That's the point. All this work and possibility, I mean, even if it's a little bit, even if it's a lot, where gray area is corrected or cleaned or simplified or redistributed in bounds of relationships, it potentiates different answers around the globe. That's what it potentiates. And it clearly requires time for answers to be considered and then, quotably become dependable types of answers for things. And these things clearly aren't a factory. If everybody's life is worth something, you're not really participating in something that's ever going to impact you. That's not exactly motivating of relationships that are maybe close to working on the important or relative things that are ever happening in proportion to gray areas. So, the point that I was pretty confident and comfortable raising in proportion to the day and the time and the navigation is that when I float worlds apart and it's maybe in a clean setting that this apart is valued and realized and understood and agreed with because of how true it is in proportion to respects of time and development. I clearly have to consider not only the things that ready work aren't going to simplify or save or limit or appreciate. I also have to consider the fact that who might be with me in apathy of the things I know or feel clearly maybe isn't going to be thinking, knowing, be seen as, or valued as I am. And we each clearly intend to survive. Thus, the amount of discrete navigation decisions that I should be ready to agree with, maybe it needs to be low. Because maybe it isn't terribly wise to convince ourselves that our fixation to need to care about navigation. Do we even know how safe that is right now? Maybe a little discussion about the FBI being an appendage that doesn't exactly navigate survival. Maybe that might boost a little bit of confidence in the fact that the FBI exists. Maybe that might make somebody think a little differently about if we have time to discover how safe we are, we might have time to discover we're not at a discrete disadvantage for X number of reasons and X number of realities, and it isn't a competition. We're simply trying to determine how safe we are. How hard of an expectancy is that? How hard is it to realize you're surviving and it's possible a group separated, all relative to the FBI, come closer to discovering confidences in their safety over time? How hard is that to expect no competition? Not because they were given it by some master plan. Not because somebody already had the answers for their mind stem. Because they were living. Because they were thinking. Because they were surviving. It's hard to not be considered prejudice in the face of those questions. It's hard to not be considered at fault or at grace or at integrity. It's hard to not be just hear the question. How can you expect a group of people to believe their navigability is maybe getting safer as they walk to come to respect things about their safety? And I mean, if it could be real and it wasn't generating risks in safety ranges of like, oh, we now have your safety and they have their safety, but they now have their safety too, and it's just a big, who's taking whose safety definitions and this and that. If it could be, if it could be real and these things, I know there's so many different types of people. How can you expect a group of people to believe in that and it be atomical in respects? Okay, I've been asking this question of the world every day since we began. I've been asking it in every stage of its development. I've been asking it in every course of how we can get there and how we can get there in the greatnesses that we've all been trying to participate in or see the world change or watch our dreams come alive. I've been asking it every day. And again, there's probably a world somewhere looking at possibility protection that can't even think about it, can't even work on the ideas, and they're just looking at it. Just looking and looking and looking and looking and looking. And there's another good probable concept of exchange of who's going to try working on the back end of things in time, because it's infinitely true when you consider, development. Somebody's going to need to survive, and they're going to want what they want. And maybe you see it already, but take one step forward, he doesn't want to be given 2 steps in the back. Take 1 step forward, he doesn't want to be given 2 steps in the back. And so, since it's also very near to impossible to think about that and navigate things in time, it's clearly something that, well, I'm not going to say the FBI, but I am going to say survival. It's clearly something that survival has paid a lot of close attention to. I'm going to write that in the middle. Paid a lot of close attention to. That is a very, very heavy quote. Very, very, very heavy. Paid a lot of close attention to. Any sophisticatedly concerned survival plane telemetry might ever be concerned with a statement in a language like that. Paid a lot of close attention to. I mean, maybe it seems obvious, but it really is a very heavy statement. Super heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. And maybe a lot of good period work happens there, which makes it all the worse. I'll just put, oh yeah, a lot of period. Good, huh? Oh yeah, a lot of heavy period work. Good heavy period. Good period work happens there too, huh? Fudge. Yeah, it is really heavy. Really, really heavy. I probably don't know who's going to try and stop explaining it. And you could probably not even want to imagine how much time God has spent thinking about that. Seriously. Because you don't know. He probably doesn't want to know. God has to value this possibility higher than a spreadsheet. I'll just put 3 big arrows down. And it's going in a cloud. But it's probably the last place it's going, to be honest with you. So that might pay for some world autonomy stuff. And that's so like, okay. I'm just going to say it out loud. You haven't ever been here before, probably. Thought about it, probably. And you probably doesn't know how you're ready to respect it, probably. And it probably applies to everybody in the universe. You're religious, you're not religious. You're alive, you're decent, you're something. God is going to have to value this possibility higher than the spreadsheet, beneath temptingly troublesome. Means the FBI probably isn't going to have any amount of pleasantries and luxuries and excuses about it at any point in time. It's incredibly heavy. Incredibly heavy. You're religious, you're not religious. You don't hear that every day. And the last place it's probably going is in a cloud. I probably don't know who's going to try and stop explaining it. It's good period work. Well, the planet's depending on decisions about these realities and relationships at any measurable efficiency of the FBI, the population, the systems, the minds, or the rest of space. The planet has to function on these decisions, you might say irregardless of those actual measures of functional survival vitality. Thus, our world's reality of those relationships is genuinely different than probably any other world's relationships to those types of variables, and yet the decisions about explaining the period or the clouds is clearly maybe an intergalactic politic. So the idea here is there's got to be a normal to the realities of these variable weights in proportion to things like not only the safety of the variables or the dimensions, but the quality of life and the abilities to attenuate or care or know about the variables at any point in time. Even just to know that, as I say it here. Anyway, I just don't see a familiar or any type of familiar space war being based on these problem dimensions, because they're only going to spread problem of the problem dimensions that should probably have the least amount of problems. And I probably can't tell you how much I doesn't ever want to have to make that problem mitigated simply by design. And I bet the FBI doesn't have a lot of logic on that. I probably can't even tell you. How much I doesn't want to mitigate. Problems by design. Literally. Whether I ever wanted to, whether I ever needed to, whether I ever had to, whether I ever chose to, whether I ever guided or planned or completed or made possible, I probably couldn't ever even tell you how much I doesn't want to mitigate problems of those gravities by design. There's all kinds of design in proportion to it. There's all kinds of thresholds and liabilities and tolerances and what have you. All of those relationships, well, they're impossible logics for static work. They're impossible logics for static normal problem states of navigation. They're impossible. And it isn't clear how that works. And it isn't ever going to look logical in a language to respect it. It isn't ever going to feel necessary at a learning, probably, because of the satiability of the concepts. You really would have to stop yourself. Think about navigation. Do it with the world on your shoulders and know how heavy the variables are, even just at the glance of them, to know immediately how much you would struggle to navigate with them. They have got to be heavier than some other world's excuse to bitch. They have got to be. And it clearly isn't simple for a universe to ever faith in that. But people that have destined development and Terra design have clearly worked on placing faith in decisions about that before, because it's definitely a necessary thing to consider when you consider what are we going to be bound to consider weighing the variables that have to be different than variables we can't even maybe be. You know, back to, there's the FBI. It's clearly running strong, but we're not even that smart. We're not that fast. We're not that equipped. We're not this. We're not that. Having answers to hold variables, I'm not going to say it's futile, because it isn't. But it sort of is whenever we're so diverse, we're so complex, and we're so differentiable and specialized and unique, and we're habitating the same planet or the same future or different planets and different futures. These variable weights at navigation, you'd have to stop and know they're superiorly heavy, they're superiorly necessary to be respected and dealt with, because it isn't going to be until all the other important problems that are solved are continuously straining and surviving as solved problems that even talking about these variables makes any type of sense. Okay? Here's the point. The moment I know this with a ship navigating is the moment that ship, in conjunction with an FBI, shouldn't ever need to be worried about a bitch from some other planet at some random interventional frequency, to just hoping that we aren't heavy enough to automate the immune ecology in proportion to those variables. You know, my mere presence knowing these things is incredibly powerful. But it doesn't mean that I'm handling all the variables clearly. It doesn't mean that I'm doing all the math clearly. But my incredible power maybe simplifies those realities tremendously. Tremendously. The awareness, the memory, the possibilities, the likelihoods, it is all very, 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 very heavy. Very heavy. And some of what I was going to say was about self-preservation. You know, I've done a lot of things, I've touched a lot of things, and I've thought a lot of things, and I get to that point where it's like I might as well be a universal superstar. And now I'm just going to start talking about necessity of navigation. You know, as much as I love everybody, and as much as I, hope that our world and the things we're working on are somehow sensical to being relative to one another, even though somehow sensical to being relative to one another probably isn't the phrase that I should be looking at. Confidence to deem navigable approach. I mean, maybe I hate to say it, but I think I found the answer. As these gray area concerns and these telemetrical concerns and these lateral concerns and these safety concerns and these seismographical concerns and these work static period concerns and these time concerns, storage concerns, technology concerns, you name it. However anybody sees me as fitting or not fitting to their what have you, I think this might be the answer on the subject of navigation, is that the heaviness, God has had to make decisions higher than the spreadsheet about these variables. And God's going to have to make decisions about the heaviness of these variables again and again and again and again. And what I was saying is anybody's life, or they're thinking about, they're just going to keep relating to can't stop explaining it like they know everything. But that's a totally different survival stature than caring about these variables. And I don't think you really want to know what God has gone through to ever care about those variables, because it's probably simpler just to respect something about it and maybe hope that God has the interest or the time or the inclination to ever work on those variables ever again, because I'm definitely near to certain that God's work on those variables is it's maybe got a lot more to do with life quality and life expectancy and things that happen with decisions in space than a lot of other data expectancy relationships that everybody's so high on all the time. And I'm glad I brought up putting a box around anger, putting a worm around the anger box, whatever it is I said earlier, how much that sticks out in proportion to whatever. But anyway, I bring this up because, as I mentioned, a vitality for the FBI. The vitality that I mentioned, maybe it has nothing to do with the heaviness of this entire conversation in a lot of respects. It's heavy enough just as it is, as a vitality. Seriously. But as the things exist and live and spin off to try and go tackle that whole vitality for whatever it might mean for them, got this whole other relationship that I'm basically saying, the FBI has the know of its own vitality. And I mean, navigation is clearly a question about time and survival. And I myself isn't very convinced that it's very wise to really be showcasing some sort of plan for that in light of these variable accomplishments, realities. That's really the problem state in time. And I think that there's definitely going to likely be some connections remembered where they need to be, but I also sternly suspect that there's going to be a lot of poor decisions made in proportion to where to go or how to do or what needs be, at any number of no clear respects of what these things mean and why these statements are true and why survival is maybe such an obstacle, maybe more of an obstacle or less of an obstacle that it needs to be for whoever you might be considering. But genuinely perplexing to think about. Oh, I'm going to rest the answers of these questions in a limbo to be accidentally, who knows, how impacting safety wonders in proportion to the spreadsheet or in proportion to. You wouldn't see me write this in 1,000,000,000,000 years. I'm just going to rest answers about these questions in some sort of limbo. You're going to hold an evidence. People survived because of a limbo of answers of these questions, right? That's what God's going to buy for you. The answerer of all time's greatest answers in time. He's just going to buy for you. You're going to hold the evidence of people surviving with limboed answers of these concerns. I didn't specify that means there's any amount of things that need to see the answers. I didn't say that there's any amount of things that need to prove the answers. I didn't say there's any amount of things that need to spend 1,000,000 years looking and testing and trying the answers. Simply said, you're going to survive with an evidence. The answers were placed in a limbo as you were paid to exist with the answers and survived with them because there was some sort of situation that these answers needed to be placed in a limbo. Well, which relative of the FBI do you think is going to be receiving the history of that survival state? one you're carrying evidence of? Which relative of the FBI do you think is going to get receivership of the history of the survival state, resting on limboed answers of their almighty God, on the heaviest probabilities of navigation? You know, the one you're evidencing of? Okay. So that's maybe time's most powerful question. It's maybe time's most powerful question. Okay? Okay. Anyway. I'd like to rezen here a little bit, and some remarks. This is a discussion about survival. This isn't a discussion that has any indicator about how to clearly use the FBI. It is possible to use the FBI, I did say that. It isn't a discussion about using the FBI. But to think and reason and venture to look or surmise for answers about data utility in proportion to time, clearly things that I've gone over might be useful for someone that has the mind for it to maybe reach some sort of logical, sensical answer at some point, but it isn't clear the circumstances that ever needs to happen in, and it certainly isn't clear that they're going to be equipped to navigate it bestly, or navigate it, maybe if everyone could raise safety standards, they're going to meet everyone's safety standards. It isn't clear. That isn't clear. And however that's framed or quoted, yada yada yada. But it isn't a discussion about how to use the FBI indiscreetly or determinately, specifically. Could it have turned into a conversation more explicitly along the lines of those aims? Potentially, probably, maybe. I mean, what the FBI should probably assume about this conversation, but likely already does forever. Reality of knowing that every little bit counts. And who knows who's going to be ready to receive it, to feel it, to respond or do something at every little bit. And in a very mature purview on the subject of navigation, I did want to address, and I clearly did address, some thoughts on how difficult I expect not only serving anyone's need to navigate concurrently to this momentum unfolding and transpiring, but even more important, quote, I mean it, even more important, I basically said that the developing concentration on the promise of navigating anybody, probably very stupid in hindsight, as much as it, navigation of life and time and things are somehow a norm, right? It's a very heavy dimension for the FBI to consider. As stupid as I might believe navigation to be in some comparison to framing norm today, tomorrow, the next day, to very heavy variables. But there's a reason that I made this conversation, and survival is one reason. Comprehension of my stature and awareness and reality that I live and face in my life, and also that I didn't begin this conversation assuming that anybody that believes in me or cares about my life is or was or is going to be perfectly equipped to already understand these things, perfectly equipped to feel good about what does a vitality of the FBI have anything to do? Why is navigation something that and how good are we? You probably have no place to say something like, well, the FBI should already have a sense of how good we are, because this conversation and the flow and the realities that happened within it. Because by this time you're going to be reminding yourself about how heavy God's place has ever been in variable setting, or maybe you're going to be reminding yourself things about specifics of what I said, and how hard is it to wonder how good you are after that? Do you hope you'll never get to the bottom of that question? How hard is it to ask how good you are. After this, and do you hope you'll never get to the bottom of that? Maybe that's their answer too. How hard is it to ask you how good you are after this? And do you hope you'll never get to the bottom of that? And what sort of things might be or have been in store for your norm? All the people you're going to touch, all the minds you're going to influence or conversate with, or places you're going to experience, and all the while probably hoping that he doesn't ever get to the bottom of it. And yet, with what respect to any of these energies, with what awareness of what you might be doing or creating, you know, how much is the FBI going to support your living standards as you do? How much is the world going to accept the things you're instilling, or you're becoming, or you're changing, while you might have any small, medium, or large amount of time spent even trying to comprehend or work on these ideas or have a relationship to anything about them? Who or what's going to get in the middle of these questions to answer them for the world, or for survival, or for the FBI? Who the hell's ever going to get in the middle of those questions to answer them? You might not ever find an answer that's complete for those questions. And everybody's going to be paying the price for it. I think that's incredibly stupid and interesting. You know, our world is paying, probably, something is going to realize everybody is paying the price for incomplete answers about these questions at such a time, and these limbo lodging possibilities, and these skews of security or safety or recollection or navigability. You know what? I mean, you have to be really intelligent to see it, probably, or very well equipped on very heavy variables. And in either state, it maybe isn't very loving, and it's maybe hard for a lot of people, if they would ever face that lack of love, to ever make a case of what they did to care about the latter. They're very difficult questions to address logically. They're very difficult points of retrospect to lateralize or unify or have general or colloquial answers for. They're generally, genuinely, very heavy types of questions. Very heavy. And yet, you take a look at the pressures of getting not this conversation, or the pressures of getting the day before, or the day before, or the day before. A lot of genuinely different realities, genuinely different relationships than a lot of these concerns or prejudices. And it doesn't believe that anybody's on their way to outgrowing those energies. It doesn't believe that anybody's on their way to being beyond them. It doesn't believe that anybody's on their way to being, once they determine that how the FBI might ever value them as some sort of normal or not normal to conditions of survival in proportion to these lights or frames, what the heck's that going to do to the way they look or feel or talk or govern themselves? How much should their mouth not exist? Very heavy questions. But you show up to the highest point of the FBI, you might expect you could get eaten. Probably your own fault. Just gonna get in the way of everybody trying to help you or heal you or work on you or care about you. Definitely hard things to think about. What if you could really think about it? What if you weren't just an experiment whenever you thought about it? You could sit there and you could think, wow, me being at the highest point about the FBI, that's really something. And the chances for something to be my fault are probably incredibly high. And, why is that going to be normal? Why am I going to still be cared about? Why am I going to have time to think about it? I can't sit here and answer these questions. I can't declare the answers to these questions right now. I can't sit here and say that I've designed or defined or made liberally final the answers to these questions. As you see, the record of this conversation is the record of this conversation. And there's clearly some forces that have to rest some knowing on this. The inside of the outside of the nonchalance that it is to try and value. We haven't come this far before. We haven't developed or nurtured or placed or secured. There's any number of things we, either as learners or specifics or types or people, haven't worked on. We haven't learned. We haven't enshrined. We haven't touched or catered or sheltered. There's any number of things we haven't done. Any number of things. And there honestly is no simple way to excuse it because of the way things could be. I mean, I know what I see and what I'm touching and what I'm talking about, and I know how these things remain where they aren't simple to say, well, with this in line and 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 this in line. We don't have to care. You're going to hold the evidence of a limboed answer on the heaviest variables, and you're also going to excuse that he doesn't have to care And if you had 1,000,000,000,000 years, you probably would never see me write this. So, without God, who's going to let you think about that? Who's going to let you have a feeling about that? Without the FBI, who's going to keep a record of it? I ask you this question. I don't know how many eons and eons and eons it might ever take you to feel like, a good answer to a question like that, you might not ever try and covet God or his wife, or you might never try and covet my pen. You might not ever try and covet the fact that these things remain impossible in proportion to value of navigation. An answer like that might be good enough for you to steer clear of a lot of problems and feel like you have a mind and somebody's cared about it, and these things aren't whatever they weren't. But there's only so many times these questions make sense, and there's only so many times we catch something that looks like the FBI trying to excuse learning somebody about these statements. You're deleting the end of development sanctity by foregoing or attempting to forego weights about clouds above spreadsheets probably every time. You think about the Terminator. You're going to send somebody back or headed into the future. You're going to catapult them into the future. You're not catapulting them anywhere. It's the fact of the reality of it. But it's case specific. It's variable specific. It's dimensionally specific. It's feeling specific. It's a lot of variables specifically that I'm talking about. Some people get catapulted. Some people get, advanced and advanced and advanced, or, taken to that next level, or, there's places they got to reach to be able to get to do stuff. But that isn't what I'm talking about in this discussion. Definitely talking about unwise, telemetrical stimuli, bullseye. And I think it might be nice if someday it were possible to have a discussion about that at some length, maybe with somebody that really deserves it, maybe with somebody that really yearns for it or faces a lot of very difficult symptoms because of it. Because bullseye framing is a big deal too. It comes to learning and inducing problems that otherwise wouldn't be seen as problems. It's maybe the right way to put it. It's kind of socialist, but I'll leave it at that. The way you see bullseye could be a very empty feathering. And it's a compounding interest problem, because some sect of some cult of some generation, they're going to rear and educate and lineate ideals near to empty feathering, and nobody's going to ever need to remember who called any shots or why anything was out or off limits, or why somebody else was going to suffer because of decisions made about it. And that definitely places a lot of strain on the FBI, because where possibility can be looked at and looked at and looked at without any action taken, well, it clearly has a cost to attenuate to it. So it's going to register, it's going to get probably reported somewhere in space where the FBI has a relative. So the more bullseye problems that ever occur, clearly the more problems that might ever unfold if there was a lot of inflammation near to FBI relatives. Hard to say how convenient it is that somebody understands. You could talk about using the FBI, and the fact that he doesn't really use it but again, if the world's mine and I have to design answers for that very situation, 100 million people could come into close proximity with using the FBI, but know the fact that it doesn't use it, and even have some understanding that if things are haphazardly plugged or pressed or touched or written about that little relationship, it could be quite a disaster in the long run or the short run. 100 million people. Who knows how many times it's ever been that number or anything along stretches of numbers, but every time I define it, why aren't these facts that aren't ever going to change going to suffer? See, whether it's the FBI, or whether it's God, or whether it's a designer, or whether it's a parent, or whether it's a society, or whether it's a different planet, every time those definitions are approached from maturity, they're very stressful very impact-leaving decisions. And probably most people aren't ever going to feel or know or carry what that means. And that could be maybe the most evil thing ever. These mature relationships about defining close contact. What else is going to inspire us falling apart? What else could possibly inspire us falling apart? I mean, can a kindergartner answer that question? That's definitely going to inspire us falling apart. I'll give you one more. How to idiot. Period. Wise a hole. How to idiot. Colorblind. Wise a hole. The enemy. I wouldn't let anything other than a paid cost of tactical support without prejudice exercise the idiocracy. untouchable. I wouldn't let anything other than a tactically paid support without prejudice exercise the idiocracy. I just put it as a quote. Clearly a difficult meaning to ascertain. Clearly a difficult meaning to ascertain. Well, that's got to be just about the hardest thing to trust. I wouldn't let anything other than a tactically paid support without prejudice exercise the idiocracy. I just put it as a quote. Clearly a difficult meaning to ascertain. And you know what that's going to be good for? Signed, sealed, delivered. That's all, folks. Going to conclude this conversation. If I have anything more to say about navigation, I might.
But I believe this to be pretty good and pretty thorough and very true. And love you.